Hello Blender folks, welcome back. I'm epistemic-gnomes and we are continuing our experimental rigging sessions sequence and with bendy bone splines, so a spline skinning method in Blender, and we are quite advanced in the schedule. No, I don't call that a schedule, but I mean in everything that we have been making here, we are nearly getting to a condition, hold on, in which we are starting to get confident that we are gonna get fine results very soon regarding the cartoonistic development of the facial rig of this stylized character, original character of mine called Dorothy. So this system here is relatively simple, and even though it's simple, it took me a lot of time to figure out how to. I was trying different approaches to the mouth interior and saw some tutorials. The pivot points there are a bit strange. Actually, the pivot point there is here, but it's the rest position of this in relation. Is a pivot point in relation to the mesh. So actually, the mesh orientation, they don't actually match the bones. So there's some deformed bones which are actually here. So this is we should be able to fix this. Should be relatively simple, but always changing rest positions. So the binding pose state is quite complicated, or has been quite complicated when I had worse setups for this rig. In this case now it's a bit easier because in some fashion, because I've separated again. So I've started separated the mouth interior with the body, right, the body mesh, and so now I've separated again, and so I'm again trying to make some, so it's much more comfortable this way, but we are still might have some interpretations problems here, even though we are using shrink wrapping for some mesh here. Maybe it's not enough. Why these faces are so... I know why they are here. Forgot I have a different object here, that loop there. It's an invisible object that is actually serving us. What is happening here? I think it got snapped to the wrongly. Let's see that. The mesh got strangely snapped. I need to know what's going on with that. It's like it wants to snap to the... It wants to shrink wrap to something in the center. No, never mind. This is this is the mirror modifier stuff, because it contains a mirror modifier, and if it's... Because I've set the mirror modifier off for these things, in this case for the body, right? It doesn't have where to shrink wrap, and so it gets crazy. So for example, here it needs to go snap somewhere, so it goes snap to the closest place it finds here. Okay, so this is regular process. However, something happened here at the... the middle. Yeah, there's something wrong there. We might have to load just maybe got some strong wrong clippings. I didn't know there's okay. So some strange things here. Oh, I know it is it. So just unclip the mesh. Let's fix this without. So GX. Okay, no, not this. It's this, exactly this. So just. Is that snapping? Maybe we forget to no, clipping is on. So oh, it's behind. It's just here. These some parts of the mesh, just the lips behind. But when I pick only the lips, all right. So I've unclipped this accidentally, but now it should be fine. Alright, but there's still some strange things here. Need to assess this just quickly. Maybe with proportional editing. Yeah, I'll be changing the rest position a little, but this is bizarre of this mesh. Maybe it's the bones which are affecting it, I don't know. Maybe it's some shrink wrapping event. I haven't seen that before. Okay, it's we can do it, we can find out. It's some armature stuff, so this bone stuff. Is it perhaps correct his smooth? No. Is it no, not severe. So alright, so it is some armature stuff. I think we changed the maybe just post bones. Hold on. So where's the armature? Here. Yeah, I was playing with those bones. Maybe no. Okay, so no. It's not some wrong posing. So it's just probably something about the change that I've made. So that's okay. Because we're gonna. This is what we're gonna do now. We're gonna, as we see in the list here, folks, we have the tasks. So lips, first one, I've put it in order. Lips, realign mesh geometry with profile B-bone splines, binding post state repositioning. So this for the armature. We also need to get the mesh of the lips aligned to the splines. So these profiles, B-bone splines, are lips profiles are this thing. We simplified them. There were 3 splines here all around, now we have to simplify that. And you see that the mesh geometry of the lips is not actually aligning correctly with, you see, it's going in this direction, while the spline itself, the splines here, they are oriented slightly tilted, more verticalized, and this is actually troublesome. So we don't want to have this thing affecting our work. It's already too difficult to develop these splines and maintain them as it was, especially with a third one for each of them. Then wave paint each of them on regular sort of, and we can't use auto waves here, or we can, but then it will attack the rest of the mesh because I don't have bones here to interact with the auto waves. So because of this, we could have those bones. The question is, would they be bendy bones, or would they be something else, right? currently I'm on a spline skinning rig and the mount has got this stuff. So because of the possibility of auto waste for so many bones here, not so many, right? We could have so many linear blend skinning method bones for all surrounding of the mount, just to take off some waves from this interesting proposal. But since this is not a linear blend skinning rig, this will be a bit offset. However, it's not impossible that this approach could help solving our things that we need to do around this mouth, the mouth contour and the mouth lips. We just are not sure if this will be yeah, just for auto waves. No, we need a better inspiration for that, right, folks? Especially now, if here there was 3 splines, but now I decided for the sides, which I was having hard difficulty in solving it. So what we're gonna do is yeah, let's try to reshape this stuff here. Unfortunately, we'll be losing some of our yeah, we need to protect the mesh to work with that, and this will be a lips realigning stuff. Maybe we can play with some of these orientations, so maybe we can, for example, I'm considering for this time, it's not impossible, maybe we can take off some subdivisions to simplify and then resubdivide. I don't know. But it's tempting, especially because okay, if we do that, we do it later, right? Because now if I did that, there was some geometry mesh topology here that might be a bit tricky to find out. At least this doesn't, yeah, the middle ones should be important. Yeah, this is difficult. It's not like, yeah, it will be, and we need to see if this will help in getting the final expressions. It's more likely that we'll require more, how to say, more subdivisions in order to get this rig, the mouth, the forms, do what we want. So maybe what we can do is yeah, we keep those this geometry like that, and if at some point we find out that, oh yeah, this is okay, this might be working, and then this is working, then we can probably consider some simplification, right? Just like here I'm doing it, it was not working. Okay, let's simplify, let's take off some profile stuff here. And so we need to, now we don't have an inner, we simplified also the mesh geometry for the lips, and we can keep doing this, right? It will be a bit better now because we don't have mouth interior, it's a different mesh object. And I'm very glad I put that to work. The teeth seems slightly exaggerated here, this front arcade, but not exactly from a front view. Or we need to, yeah, just remember that we have this idea of can do that now, right? The reorientation. So if we pick the armature, since we are here, let's try to the arcades. Okay, I'm missing some. I think I've placed stuff in. Okay, so master stuff, that's fine. Arcade jaws, there's nothing because actually. Alright, maybe we move this to arcade jaws. this we can move also to arcade jaws because it makes more sense. This system here is, yeah, this will do the melt stuff, right? Tweak. Well, I sort of got a cage mesh for the face, right? So nearly with bendy bone splines, there's nearly what's happening there. So we use these to just to displace. So they are still, they're not maybe master stuff. These are more interesting. And these, yeah, we have to remake these controllers here, but they are for their controls something about the lips. So this we should take out of here and place them like here maybe for now, lips. So there's something here at least. This is arcades, this can go back there. So all right, actually this should go there. Okay, mouth. Okay, so there are some tweaks here, which of course alone they don't seem to mean much. This but then it's when we come with those stuff, and there are their tips, and then start to get everything start to get crazy, especially without the mirror modifier. But yes, this is okay. We got some, why this thing is below. Yeah, so there's something going wrong there, but we've got some motion. We've got some automation there, but I think I've deleted. Right, so there's some sort of rotation. I don't remember to have any system that would do that, so why? Oh, I know what's this. So maybe I've set a wrong. So that this. I see what is it. Is a child off maybe? Yeah, that was it. It's just a simple thing. Maybe it was made on a pose, so it got wrong. Then what's this? But it's still wrong here. These settings here. Yeah, these bone splines got displaced apparently, so they shouldn't be going here. They should go. Yes, so we can solve this by just getting that center, moving this as a block to I think like that. Let's see. All right, that is it. That's what it moves, except that it moved the, yeah, so let's do one by one. So this, and then here we got to snap this to there, and I think this will solve this rest position. All right, we still have got, then we have this system, and now finally we can reassess. Okay, this is the upper arcade, which in cartoon can do this, and the cool thing, we can push it forward, backwards. There's some limit, but the limit now is too much. Even this stretch and squash, this deform bone, just as this, so I can move them together, and we can do something like, well, you don't see it now, but this master will tilt Yeah, so this is getting there, but there's more to it. So now let's continue with I'm really intending to solve this pivot point stuff, and what it looks like to me is that currently these pivot points are horrible. Yeah, they make no sense. Let's see if, and also everything here is, yeah, it's very inadequate. So let's change this thing. I think this won't be a problem to change this, provided we change as a block. So here we can perhaps get good pivot point for this. Like this is more like the jaw, right? So it should have some place like here, right, folks? And then we probably can change some. Yeah, we'll have to adapt some stuff there. There's this question that now the chin is not right. So there's a way that perhaps we can. Yeah, I think this is ideal. Then we push this back, and this, there's a possibility that this doesn't go there. But this doesn't mean it won't work, so except that we need to solve some orientations here, right, folks? So we're gonna this has no position yet, so we'll try just to align with the top arcade. The size, we're not trying to, we shouldn't be, okay, so what you do is just align this with this, and we can align this with this. So this means that this will be, we're gonna be changing those. This is why I had this bone go so far, so it gets us a constant difference, so we can have like that, right, folks? So here this should adapt near the center of the mouth, something like here. Currently this, okay, so I don't know how this will deform, but it is clear that we must, okay, no bendy bones were affected, so perhaps I'll have to reset the child off again. Okay, this still works, apparently. Okay, just as this. Okay, now we can assess these deforms. So we see there's interpenetration, of course, because this pivot point is not good, right, for this, and the shape here should be bad as expected, right? So this is why I've seen the riggers doing this different. So of course it makes sense, we need to get these things, and already it is wrong how this thing is placed. So let's just first get this thing organized. Maybe I'm looking at extra bones there, and yeah, maybe those bones are not, yeah, we are, this is dangerous, folks. We just want that. That's fine. So it was not wrong, it was just that we were looking at the wrong at the wrong structure. So what they do, the riggers, that I've seen, instead they would pick this and align with the proper job, but then we will lose this orientation. But maybe this is not a problem. I just want to make sure that I do not lose the size of this thing, so we can try to align this with here. Yeah, maybe we'll have to change the scale of that. But since it's a question, it's not the same problematic, so yeah. We're trying to match stuff in specific waves, so it's not like... Okay, this will be normal. So there's not the distance here. If they are equal, this is not gonna be the case. The mesh isn't equal, so there's just no... Maybe there's no meaning for what I was trying to do. So here we got... okay, the deforms are not working, but at least we have some... Now this is pivoting, or should be pivoting. No, so we couldn't solve that properly yet, but there is... And then for this... Okay, this one seems to be fine with this alignment, although... How is it? Okay, then it's the problem of this annoying thing. But the mesh gets contracted immediately. Oh, this is... There's a stretch too. Okay. Need to readapt. There, so now it's working. We are expected, yeah, so this is... I'm having hovering deforms here, but this is probably something about the wave painting there. It's not like... Yeah. But we are not having still the pivoting. They are adequate, so if we push this back, we just retract the... Of course this was meant to not be that easy, so need some sort of curve there to... yeah, this is why we would like to have some sort of pivoting from that, right? From, like, if you have something like a pivot control, pivot, something like that, so all the time, right? Unless we make that this bone instead of starting here. No, but we want to have it as a target, so we want to get it from here, the head here, so it's just the pivoting, though we want... Oh, but it also has rotation potential, so there's no pivoting here that it's not what I want, therefore. I don't even know what this would do. Ah, I see, we have some sort of pivoting now, but... Yeah, this eventually often goes crazy. It's very hard to control this thing, so... there is this possibility of regular pathing with a curve. We can't... This is locked. We could have a mechanism bone that we could pick around that, so then we would just rotate that bone and it will be a substitute from that, starting to get... This freedom is good, but what if you want regularity, right? So Alright, so we're in a situation here. We need to investigate more those things. The good thing is that yeah, there are many solutions probably. The one thing is that the mesh also is bad positioned, so can probably also. The cool thing is that now we can have some developments in this, where it can probably readapt those things. Yeah, this is probably one of the most important things. Then we can rescale also. Smooth out, rescale some patterns. Maybe you think it's too far, maybe you think it's not reaching for the proper direction. Yeah, the orientation, maybe you think the orientation is wrong. Must be careful, of course, about the mirror modifier, because of the if you lose the clipping again. Now apparently some part of the mesh is wild, so yeah, we need to enable this. Let's see. Yes, alright. Oh, I'm using normal here. Global will be better done. We can smooth a little. There we go. Here, horrid stuff that we made for the bottom teeth. It's retracting. Actually, everything here is retracting terribly. Yeah, just some changes there and we are good to go. Then, yes, we lost some adjustments that we had on this part because there was a mesh there that we need to. Wow, all this we messed up a lot of stuff. Looks like we're never gonna get this thing right, but no. Yeah, the real thing is that I need to make up my mind about the character design here. It's impossible to know the shape perfectly without having good mouth rig. So this part of mouth rig, so some back and forth, unfortunately, but we are going to see. We always have the. Yeah, we should hide some stuff here. Mouth top, so maybe we can do something like that. and try to develop. Yeah, look at how these bones, these teeth are deformed, right? Yeah, it will take some work to solve that. We are trying to just fix some little things. This should be something for later, so just some generic adjustment. Yeah, this is very bad. It's like it's full rotated. Okay, so maybe now it's a bit more regular. Despite the interpenetrations. Alright, let's keep it like that. Not horrible in my point of view here. We can do better, but it's not the point now. Okay, so we got this problem with the... Okay, there's a controller here that we should be able... This is fine. This would be fine if it weren't for the... Yeah. Clearly, this pivoting cannot be offset like that, because... By pivoting this thing from here, we probably get some... I cannot understand this very well, but we will do some adjustments here. So this is the lower arcade. It will pivot from... see the alignment of the teeth, but that should be something like here. We can probably get this thing like that, and even though it's not aligned there, this should be okay. We're now aligned with the mesh. Probably here we need again this solver. Alright. Let's see about now. Okay, now we see that... Yeah, what to see now is that we can have... Okay, there'll be interpretation, but this we are not seeing the mesh moving, right? So how we construct if these bones are all locked. Forget that. We can probably also consider doing this to get more proportional. Alright, let's assume this makes sense. Still good. Okay, this will be investigated later, folks. At least we made some realignments of the teeth, the arcades, so that's the mesh, and the bones, so this is... that's had enough of it for now. Let's go for what matters now. As well as warm-up. This is my warm-up. So, okay. I need to recheck, sorry. Lips. realign mesh geometry for the lips, right, with profile splines. Okay, so this is quite complicated, but we got already a good lip shapes. We just need to hide here. Yes, we have a character, some annotations here that you can use as reference for right, to not get too lost. So in this reshaping, we already lost many of the positioning that we expected, and then we were having these strange bones, yeah, some strange thing that were happening. So what I'm going to do here, yes, let's try to, no matter what happens to the elsewhere, just let's try to reshape this, because we never succeeded in having the lips on an ideal rest position. It was too difficult, and then adapting the splines also was too difficult. We can use here some mesh topology help. This is lips from behind, I think. Yeah, the lips here, they don't need to be that large in that part, so this should help avoiding certain interpenetrations. So we are going to expand this, so this is like behind the lips, sort, yeah. Here we can probably smooth this out. Then from this angle we can already understand certain things. This is very hard to get, yeah, it's not very hard, it's just too annoying to get it where we want. This should be very close to the lip, so and we can, when we smooth it, we can shape the flesh that is immediately outside of the lips, but then this face starts to expand, this face loop. So you see, it's if we had some way to scale this face negatively in place, like in setting, so it's like okay, but we can do some, so here is actually we're working on the outside, right folks? So our mission is to either we align the face, the lips with more horizontal. I think it will be beneficial, just like here, this is the bottom lip, it's way more regular. So what we need to do here, perhaps we hide some stuff here, right, and all that. We also can hide some eyebrows, and this is yeah, I don't think we have any other mesh showing. Why those layers here? We don't need, we are working on something else, so don't need that. Yeah, these splines in the middle in front of us will probably be annoying, so hide, let's keep just something like that. That should be fine. And even though it's not exactly what we need for layers, immediately after, because one thing is setting the binding post for the mesh, the rest position, right? And the other thing is the binding post for the armature. They must, usually we want those things to be equivalent. So you have a rest position for the mesh, we want that the armature is aligned with this. There are special situations where we don't want that. Warping bones, certain mechanisms which affect immediately the rest pose, we would like some, and many other tricks. I cannot list them all. The only situation, okay, so this is pretty annoying. This happened just because we cannot play too much without the mirror modifier. There's nothing I can do about this with the mirror modifier, so it's just too dangerous. We need to but strangely then, as soon as I got yes, because I'm with the mirror modifier, but it's okay. Oh, on edit mode, just do that, right? Alright, so let's continue here. This was my mistake, sorry folks. Wasting some time in... Oh, then we clipped. Yeah. Then this happens. This is terrible, but we rip vertex. And there's more vertex clipped here, yeah. Merge at last, yeah, there we go, and clip it. Okay, so the lips are too thin in the inside. Apparently we can easily solve that with some. They can have this kind of stuff. So here we are not trying to shape them in like this will help a lot that we don't have much geometry showing. There's this concept, there's an ideal for many poses, so for many viewpoints. While editing, there's an ideal generic size for proportional editing. If we get this right in a certain viewpoint, we will be able to do rapid, fast work. Yeah, I need to train my my modeling skills, maybe along with sculpting skills, to be able to accelerate this process. I've been rigging for too much time and then not modeling characters and learning, you know, modeling skills, sculpting skills that could help in certain aspects that which relate a lot to rigging. So here we can see. You see that the lips have different colors. This is because some colors are for, yeah, that color in the middle is like the, technically it's supposed to be the half of the lips. We simplified the interior so it doesn't have so one problem of modeling lips is the face loops for all the lips. When we try to model those things, we don't need the transforms that we need for the on the bottom are not the same. So if they are in the same face loops, it's usually not possible to make immediate transforms that we want to build. This is this is what makes sometimes very difficult. So I don't think that a different mesh actually I think that a different mesh topology, special mesh topology for lips, could be a smarter way to solve this kind of problematic in modeling. But that would mean some very smart, accurate idea. You see, something that will also help solving this part here, the corners. From the front view perspective, we see that we probably could be good doing some measure changes here. Actually, not the way I did. Something more like that. Now we need, I think we're getting good at the side view. Then we get problems. Maybe I've made an impossible model sheet on these things. No, I was being accurate, so it's just that I've moved. No, it's clear, impossible model sheet here. Yeah, that's annoying. So I'll make some choice then. What seems better? Be careful about this. The clipping. No clipping. Here, it's clear that we want this shape. Loss of volume here. We can compensate that by adding volume. This shape is not doing well. We had better result at some point and we lost it. So here, let's try to align this. I hate here when that's happened. Unfortunately we can never get this through this. Maybe some modeling skill. I remember last time what happened with modeling. My mesh seems to be corrupt in some way. So this is like, it's just a temporary model sheet. I have the original one, which is behind. We are not showing it right now. This is just a sort of quick attempt to solve some new rest position that we need, because the original one didn't had this, wasn't considering some rest position problematic, so we needed to make a we didn't redraw from the original, we just made a new one, alternative one. We need to get good shapes here because we need to Yeah, this is never gonna get here, so let's see, along local? No. Along normal individual? No. It always struggles. Isn't there something that... Oh, this works. Haha, finally. Now I'm ripping vertices. Yeah. Why am I pressing V? Oh, because it's a shift V thing. Yeah. No, it is not helping. It was helping because I was scaling. Okay, for scaling it works, but not for the shift V thing. I see. Well, if it works for scaling, then at least this is a good thing for... Here we need some bold developments here. That's interesting here. If we had... I see how far those modeling techniques can go. I'm just learning. Look, there's this thing I didn't know, the okay, we're getting an interesting shape here. Yes, this shape is kind of appealing, maybe not so much for this character design, but which is more cartoony, more stylized, but can you play it? Hello, Sequoia. Yes, play it. What do you mean, sorry? Play animation, play soundtrack, play some... Hello, welcome. I'm rigging experimental melt with bendy bones splines in Blender. Not sure you're familiar with those concepts. Oh, the animation. Okay, no. Well, there's not really an animation, but I can show some what's going on here. So, for example, it's rigging, right? There's not animation there, but we can pose certain things at least. Let's see what is working for this mount. It's in progress, right? Work in progress. Let's get the bones here. Hold on. So I'll try to show what would be working. Oh, I'm going to school for 3D animation. Great. Wait. How long have you? Are you already studying 3D animation, or are you new to 3D animation? Completely new to animation in general? Just a question. So animation here, view, So for example, here we have, okay, let's take off this from the annotations right here. Okay, so it's like I'm pretty new to it. I've been practicing walking on different poses. Oh, okay, that's important. Using Maya. Oh, Maya, so you come from Maya in some way. But I want to learn Blender. Oh, yeah, so you have experience. I've used Maya just on certain occasions. Very partially, so I don't really know much about Maya. But that's yeah. Maya says it's very good for 3D animation. I believe for rigging also in that case. So let's get them out here. And I'm a former 2D animator, by the way. I also am in sort of a journey to learn. Okay, so the deforms here are not working very well because it's work in progress, right? But we are making some, yeah, it's we are retaking a lot of stuff. So this, yeah, there's unfortunately there at this point I had better results, but there's not much to yeah, there's some arcade, but that's not really this is not very interesting to show right now. There's the eyes rig though, that at least this is appealing at this point. So for example, if the mouth rig is in construction, it's experimental. So for the eyes we have something like this. So say, yeah, we can make some variety of expressions with the eyelids and the eyelashes, which are somewhere here. Yeah, the eyelashes are automated, and we have also the eyebrows, right? And then of course this character has hair also, and so, and the mouth is not ready. We are still working on the mouth. So that's, I'm trying to replicate some rig like that with spline skinning. There are bendy bones, right, splines to the mouths, and try to make very good adaptation. Do you make models? Yeah, I'm trying to learn to make models in 3D. Yes, I've modeled this character. It's an original character, but I didn't have modeled many characters. I'm trying to make this. I'm trying to learn to make this thing faster. Yeah. So I make models, but and I rig them especially, and then I want to 3D animate them, but it takes so long to model and then to rig. Yeah, I've been learning rigging like in the internet for about 2 years now, so I'm sort of an advanced level at this time, but there are a lot of things that I don't know yet. But yeah, I think I can consider myself a rigger at this point, a Blender rigger. That looks so cool. Thanks. Yeah, so that was the product of those 2 years of learning rigging in Blender. So of course a lot of tutorials, a lot of hours spent experimenting, and that's yeah, I love rigging. It's like really interesting to be able to make characters in 3D, then make them move and all that, especially if you like the characters we're trying to and I'm trying to make this from 2D, right? 2D. I draw characters, so I come from 2D background, a 2D background. Like and then like I'm a former 2D animator. How long have you been using? Yeah, well, actually, the story. Oh my God, you're so talented. Thanks. But this is just time, right? I'm not very young. Let's say I draw for a very long time, so more than 20 years. But I was never very professional in the arts, right? It's like more like a hobby for a long time. Then at some point I decided to learn 2D traditional animation. I didn't professionalize very well, but I had some professional experience. This was about 10 years ago, more than 10 years ago, let's say. So at some point, and I worked in a studio when I was like studying the field in animation. I wanted to be a professional in the field, right? And occasionally it occurred that I was a production assistant in a 3D animation series for TV. Yeah, that was a crazy experience. This was like in 2007, 2008, between 2007 and 2008. So a long time ago, more than 10 years ago. And at that time, then it was a 3D production. I think the animation was being made in Maya. Yeah. And I was just there making production assistant work, so management stuff. So my responsibilities, my tasks were relatively simple, not artistic, so just technical stuff. And I believe that worked. I didn't know nothing about 3D at that time, really. I wasn't a 3D artist, but I respected some of the results that could achieve for scenery, combining 2D with 3D. I didn't like too much I won't say the renders, but characters, 3D characters at that time. They're good stuff, of course, but I preferred 2D, right? So I was passionate with 2D, and 3D didn't really interest me, but it wasn't an opportunity at that studio, so I was there. And I believe working at that inspired me to understand 3D and look forward to it. Then, since then, was it hard working? No. It was like I was a student in. I was a student at. I was very lucky, right? Actually, my background and my capabilities at that time, my situation, right? I was helped. I was studying at Gobelin, École de Gobelin. It was a French school, but I wasn't making their famous animation course, which was for 3 years. I was making one of their. I was participating in one of their special courses for. How they say the market there, the industry, cultural industry there at that time was requiring lots of people to work in the management, because France was and still is one of the major producers of animation in Europe and in the world, and they have plenty of money. There's lots of government state financing, right? UK is also very very good but UK is not Europe, we can say, okay, in some sense. But yeah, so and they were needing a lot of people. That's why that particular course, interest in production management, they were needing, how to say, production assistant manager. Yeah, they needed not. This was the objective of the course, to train production assistant managers. So it would be in between production assistants and production managers. So somewhere in between, right? So there was a production assistant manager in the team, and I was like, and there was a production director, and there was a producer, and then there was other people in the production, but there's a hierarchy, right? And as a production assistant, temporarily, just for 10 years, it was 10 months, so it was just a trainee, right? Stage trainee moment. Yeah, and it was a great opportunity, so it was crazy. And I was passionate about animation in general, but that 3D animation, it was this animation they are doing. It's for very little kids. It was Adibu, and the production had a lot of problems. Objectif there, right? And they used, occasionally, I think they used Blender. Yeah, it was something like that. But the studio there I was in, it only, yeah, so it was for kids, imagine, so it was very simple actually, but well done, right there, technically. Yeah, the image here is very bad, but there's better. Yeah, you see the episodes were very short, like 6 minutes and half seconds for a very 4 years little old kids, around that, so 6 years old. So it was a franchise, right? There are a few, and so these are Mission Earth, so there were something like ambient environments of Earth. So there was like glacier, like there are desert, forest, ocean. These characters like alien, which travel to. Yeah, and so that's it. So TV shows were not very, yeah, budgets are very short, right? Yeah, it was good. It was good. So I saw so much this image that probably that stick to my mind, and then I got inspired to, and then a few years later, then I would be going to. I was okay. I ended up not working in animation anymore, at least not professionally, and then I started to try out some stuff in Blender, right, about 2012. So I have been using Blender occasionally since 2012, just modeling stuff. But only 2 years ago from now is that I've decided to focus like on learning for Blender for real, for making characters, for rigging, for 3D animation. Yeah, so that's the story. So to say, so to be fair, I've been doing this for a very long time, at least modeling, but modeling 10 years without even know, just hobby, like okay, trying to model characters. I didn't even know the concept of mesh topology, so and so it was very rudimentary. And only recently I have been able to actually learn Blender more properly, and it's very powerful. There's a lot of possibilities, different ways to. This is the greatest thing about Blender, I think. Not only it's free, but open source. The community is very cool. There are many ways to approach the same problems. Many ways. Sometimes there are limitations. Yes. Sometimes the UI is very frustrating, and sometimes things that could be better, they take a lot of time to improve, if they improve at all. But it's very good. They say the learning curve of Blender is quite difficult, but it depends a lot, I think. If you make a course, like you follow some orientation, or if you are very good at learning fast or organized, maybe if you have good orientation or good intuition, if you know 3D from another software, I think it's very likely that you'll find Blender not that difficult, because you already know CG, right? CG, how CG software works. So you'll just look for the concepts, how they work in Blender, how they are called in Blender, and that, yeah. I cannot tell much because I when I started Blender, I just had very basic experience of any other CG software. So you see what I mean. So since you come from Maya, probably if you want to learn Blender, you probably are going to adapt relatively fast. Just focus on learning the basics, generics that you want to learn, right? Focus on your interests, right? And yeah, it should be faster. I didn't make any course. My course was the internet, and of course I didn't pay for any orientation. I didn't have a teacher, someone to, oh, you are doing wrong, right? But there's the community, but it's not the same thing, right? You can't be there like asking for help all the time. You eventually have to, so having the possibility to have someone to orient, it's much increase the speed of learning, right? Doing tutorials, usually it's not like it's good, but it's not, it takes a lot of time, right? Indeed. So 2 years in my case, but it is steadily. If you keep going, you eventually get there. I'd say that I required 3 months in learning rigging in Blender in the internet. So this was beginning of last year. So by the end of December and 3 months, like until February, March, in 3 months I was starting to get the big picture of rigging in Blender. After 3 months trying to rig a character in Blender and looking for tutorials. So it's not that much, but then there was of course much more that I would learn after that, fundamental things. But let's say that I started 3 months I needed to start to get familiar with Blender in general, right? Not only rigging, but understanding the logics behind Blender. So, and rigging, which was something that I was very interested in, so I pushed a lot of effort doing that. Then I started to understand Blender thanks to rigging, because rigging is very complex, right? You have the mesh topology, you have the physics, perhaps you have bound constraints, which in its own has can be quite complicated, but it's very logical. It's not that difficult. We have certain cases are more abstract, of course, but yeah. And then it relates to objects, parenting, bound constraints, and then there is nodes. We can relate rigging to the shaders node system, and then there is compositing, and then and 3D animation and rigging, not just for rigging, but rigging focusing on 3D animation. So keyframing, then how to say, I forgot the concept. But yeah, so rigging for 3D animation is different than just rigging a character for posing, right? For and all this probably you know, because you've been using Maya. Do you have an art account that shows you? Well, yeah, this is a bit difficult. Thanks for asking. Learning donut tutorial. Yes, I've never done a donut tutorial. That's why I'm very bad at other things in Blender that are not rigging and some basics modeling stuff. So I want to do it at some point, but it's very good to do that tutorial, because then the challenge of the donut, because you have the big picture, right? Because it involves a lot of things, the donut tutorial. Maybe it doesn't involve rigging, but it involves shaders, rendering, a lot of features, modeling, sculpting perhaps. Oh, the mighty dance. Yeah. So for 2D, yeah, I don't have. I need a new account for my 2D stuff, I think, but actually there are some drawings here, perhaps. Hold on. Yeah, I need to fix that at some point. I don't have a scanner anymore, so that doesn't help to get new stuff. Where's the thing? It's here. Forums. Okay. So here's some of my 2D style that actually is. There are actually here. So. Yeah, so this is character design that I drew and scanned, right? So this character I'm making is sort of this character design, but the adaptation here, her name is Doris, but actually it's this one is Dorothy, so it's an iteration of the same character design, except on a different parallel universe, whatever. And so yeah. Yeah, adapting is very hard, right? This is why I'm using spline skinning with those bendy bones, right? Because they would allow to make those curved shapes of the cartoons, right? So the same thing that I'm able to do here for the eyes, I'm trying to make for the mouth, but I never made a complete mouth rig, so I'm experimenting. I'm for nearly 1 week or more on this mouth rigging stuff, and I'm starting to reach something interesting, I believe. Of course, I'm taking reference on other tutorials and documentation, but it's very it's a great way to get your feet wet. Oh, the mighty donut. Yeah. Oh, I didn't see it was you, Young. Welcome back. Thank you. That's it. Awesome. That's so awesome. So, but I've been drawing this style for like, 2010. So 13 years ago, I've been drawing this style that I showed. It's the only thing that I draw actually is that currently, and. But before that I used to draw something like in sort of manga anime. You got the idea, right? But I was not very good at it. I was good at drawing, right? Human figures, stylized or whatever. Anatomy, I was relatively good in the human figure drawing. I've drew a lot of observation drawing, lots of but I didn't have a style of my own, so it took a lot of time until I've researched, and developed something more personal, and that character design. It's not that original, it's just some more cartoonish version of anime, right? Today there are much more cool inspiration. Actually, what I'm taking as reference for the mouth expressions is this character design, how has been photo. It's 2D, right? Maybe you know, maybe not. I'm trying to shape mouth like this in 3D. So the concepts for doing that, I already get. Yes, I'm doing fine. We are getting great progress here, but I cannot show exactly now on this iteration here, because I'm rebuilding the lips, and this is very crucial to get the pass to the next issue, right? And now the deforms on the mouth are really bad, unfortunately. So I was able to, yeah, there's the thumbnail of the video was a good version where I could. Now I need to fix some stuff here before I can jump to the next things. Alright, so it's not this. I'm confused by the. Okay, it's not time for touching the bones yet. So, okay, I have a spline here. Sorry, I mean I have a spline. I need to match those splines here. Like, this is like 2D. I mean, this is like 2D shape of the mouth contour, and then I need to adapt this to those profiles, right? Which are here. No, they are not here. They are where they are. Oh, they are here. Which I've simplified, and so when you combine these deforms with these deforms, in theory we get 3D shapes for whatever 3D morphs from spline skinning on the mouth of it. Then the other problem is how to get the mouth moving, these things moving. Yeah, I can move the lips anywhere and they're preserved their original shape. Then I can shape these lips with these profiles, especially after I retake this stuff. So what is remaining, besides a good rest position, is good. Yeah, I can draw some, ignore the deforms here, but yeah, it will be horrible. You can draw some shapes here, and I can shrink wrap those. Yeah, this corner is bad. My sister watched that show. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, Has Been Hotel. I don't know the show yet. Maybe I will watch in the future. But I find that character design really expressive. So it was really cool that someone started to make that project. I really like that, and it's kind of a bit similar to what I do, but it's way more stylized than cartoonish. It's way more creative than my drawings. My stuff is more. It's very what that cartoon there Has Been Hotel is too focused on 2D animator, and then you have this flow of the shapes, which is really cool. And my style is a bit more anatomical, and yeah, it's organic in another way. And so I cannot draw those things. It's too stylized for me. But I really like the character design. I would like to learn to draw those things, and I using them as reference, because you get crazy mouth shapes, crazy eyes expressions. It's very cool. It's a great way to get your feet wet. Yeah, the donut challenge. Yeah, exactly. Good statement. Exactly. That's the when you get wet into this. So this would form the three-dimensional shapes of the lips. But I have to align here in theory, right? But I need now to align those things to get better deforms, and then I need to wave paint this thing properly. So there's yeah, lots of things are wrong here, so I need to retake all that here. So even these wave paints here, so I got it listed, right? So let's continue here, folks. I have here the... Okay, I need to reset this. Then, of course, we don't need to care much of the matching right now, because what matters now is more like the annotations here is matching something like that. We want to adjust that rest position. That's what I was trying to do. There's some shapes there. Yes, we should be able to hide everything here. So let's say mount interior. No, I don't have a mount interior anymore, so okay, that's accurate because this is the face. We took it off, so let's delete that. Still, this is also, we don't have anymore. This we still have, okay, and it is seamed, so we can select it like that too. Then we have the lips corner that we separate. Oh yes, so we can perhaps do some... Oh, this is a good thing. How haven't I thought about this? We can use this to manipulate vertex group selections to... I never figured out. I was using this for wave painting masking, right? Like that. Or vertex selection option, right? Like that. But I was not using for modeling. Great, so I can make these selections instead. Now this is a mind-blowing thing. I'm shocked. I need to put this information here. There are many things I've learned in the last... So, hide vertex groups can be used for modeling. Yeah, alright. There you go. So we can also have, for example, some... Okay, I have a top lip. There you go. A bottom lip. Here we go too. I've been using those things for a while now, and I have never realized this very basic tip. Now this will be much easier to solve these shapes, because of course here I can have for here too. Let's have a... Why not? Let's have a selection only for this. I've just clipped this. Okay folks, let's solve the clipping. I'm now very familiar with this, so we don't need to delete the vertex, we just need to take off clipping, then rip vertex, then this is the... Then at last you can clip back. There we go. So what I was doing, sort of thing like that, except that, yeah, so we want this to here, then this. Okay, so we'll make this the center top lip. We'll make a vertex group for that. So just for that, so hide lips. We don't lip top, lip mid, top mid, something like that. Yeah. So of course the name is okay, and a sign, right? Then lock. We need to bring that up, so sort by name, and let's readjust it to some place that... So you have... What is... So lip top, okay, lip bot, lips in general, corners, okay, corners very important. Then now so you have the lip middle. leaps behind. Yeah, we had this. That's not really okay. We can improve that. So this is probably not very useful for what I'm doing here, I think. So it's E. Okay, let's get this. Then sort by name. We learn something new every day. Yes, exactly. So it's good to always never stop learning and to value what we can learn, right? Value the experience, right? That's why sometimes journaling is useful, but it takes some time to get to have landmarks for the what we do, right? Values symbolically our experiences. Something that sometimes we just forget to do, and then things starts to get weird and we don't know why, and then we realize that we need to not stop learning and value what we our experience if we can. So here okay, I'm sort of relaxing this. There are still some things here that do not understand what is affecting these lips, but this part, but we'll eventually find out. This is not my, it's annoying, but it's not the end of the world. Okay, so here probably I'd like, now I cannot be hiding. Yes, we should be hiding this. Let's make a gun this and actually I'm still needing to get the mouth region and get too many objects, right, that are in the way here. We don't need to be focusing on all those other things. Let's do this better here. Here probably we can do something like that. Okay, this is not a terrible mouth shape. It's looking adequate for, but I need to, yeah, this, exactly this one. There's a perfect, yeah, we need to relax those, realign this this mouth here. Oh, this is the way to go. Okay, this mesh geometry is not properly aligned to the, let's make them more vertical, right? Yeah, this will help a lot. Alignment is something that, okay, we sometimes it doesn't help, but usually in this kind of work, for the analysis, right, so more analytic work, this is the way to get out of trouble in the long run, is to get good analysis of the project, of the, whether for bones, bone rolls, bone constraints, whatever. It's good to have, if we have something that is well planned. I was having, yeah, lots of troubles I already had because I was working on some, let's say, dirty plannings or not having good plans enough, not taking seriously some aspects of a more organized beginning or structure, right? Well, sometimes it take a bit more time to structure out some some aspects in a project and or in a model, right? And in the rig. In this case, I'm talking more about the rig. It could be even naming of the bones, or how we organize the bone in layers, in bone layers. Too many things to take into account, so it's okay to learn as we go, right? No shame in that. But sometimes, yeah, we can only learn certain things by making mistakes. So, and this is why we must value the mistakes in the good sense, of course. Okay, here. It's not just about how fast we can model something. Of course, with practice we end up making things better, right? So this is a consequence. It's more about, I'm too much focused, as you know, as we can see, focusing the quality. Otherwise I wouldn't be trying to adapt the same character design over and over again for so long. We learned something. Yes, you do journaling. I want to get into. Okay, there are many techniques to do that. I don't. Yes. Okay. So get yourself a little. I get you some ideas. Maybe if you want. There are a lot of cool ideas there, but basically, it's varies. So, for example, at some time, what I'm doing now, I use how do you say, cahier translate, caderno translate, caderno. Yeah, journal. I pick something like a small thing like that, book note, something. A small thing like that, maybe something simpler. I don't know, not an agenda, just something crude, just not too small, because depending you need space to write. So maybe something like that, and you start writing like if you can, you go go out, like I don't know, if you go on a place where you can sit, get a cup of coffee for a reasonable price, sit there and let it flow. Maybe you just finished your work that day. Maybe no, I'm gonna take a time, like you go outside, you just end up in there, you sit somewhere. Maybe you don't need to buy something to eat, so just go sit there. Maybe you bring your own thing to eat or drink, I don't know, could be, and then you start writing. Better to have a table, have a notebook for writing. Great. So yeah, that's so you take note of today, right? You mark that, so just write down whatever. Yes, this is a method, but actually you can orient that. So for example, usually when the notes that I'm taking, usually they are oriented, that I'm taking recently at least, they are oriented at least in how I like, I have a mission, like I want to get productive, I want to get professionalized in that domain. So it's like I'm focusing that, what are my progress, what I want to achieve, and sometimes I ended up noting things about relations, right? Problems, issues with the family, or good things that happened with friends, and all that sort of things. So I start taking notes, but I always try to relate this to my goals, and then it works because there's always insights and learnings from those experiences. And so so there's many methods of the but when I note, I always try to relate this to, okay, how that helps me in my artistic goals, my professional goals, what I'm creating. And so there's, you could draw some ideas. It's not exactly my case, although I'm a 2D artist, but yeah, I should be drawing too also. There's a time, very pleasant time, I was doing web comics just for a hobby, and it was great at that time. Now I'm not doing this. Perhaps I would have to come back. That will be great, but I can't. So right now I don't have enough inspiration for that, but maybe. So that's one idea. The other idea, not using that, but there's this Google Keep, which is actually very good to take small notes, and actually even could be used for journaling. I don't have here in this account. Yeah, I've stopped using it, but this would be a cool thing. Google Keep, take a look if you don't. Is digital, so it's not the same thing. I was taking note. There's a long time I don't use it, but it was very cool to, like, yeah, at some point I was doing journaling there, even journaling. It helped me, but now I use, I have always my journaling, how to say, book, right? Small book, yeah. Notebook, yeah, a small notebook, like. Yeah, I have tried journaling so many times, and every time you get back to it, it is so refreshing. Yeah, that's very good. It's a reflective thing. It's like you connect writing, right? Writing is like very, very powerful. There are other processes beyond writing, but writing on its own, even if it's not like for creating a story, writing is like magicful. Yeah, so it's a habit that we learn from ourselves, like discussing. It's like a bit psychoanalytical, right? So it helps a lot. Very interesting. And there are many methods of regarding drawing, regarding writing, right? So that's the approach I have. Certainly you guys have different approaches in your own experience that could share. And so what sometimes is the best thing of my day that happens is when let me go take a cup of coffee if I can at some plaza anyway nearby, and then for like 20 minutes, right? So I go there, and then I go with only my notebook and a pen and then I sit at the table and let it flow, and then start writing down stuff, and suddenly it just happens, and then the coffee probably helps, and then at some point I've realized, that is so cool that I started doing this at home, so I didn't even need more to go out and for the coffee and to be in a public space. I could do it alone, but I could do it with at my office at home, right in front of my computer, just writing down stuff. So but usually it's coolest when I go, for me at least, when I'm at the coffee experience. Then I start to make coffee at myself but it's not the same thing. And it gives me deep inspiration for the incoming, what's coming next in the day, just to go out and drink coffee and get the notebook for the journaling session, even if it's a massive flow of insights, and eventually something interesting will come out from that, because we are always processing, thinking, and this is refreshing, as you said, Dan Young. I don't remember having one day I recently at least that I picked that and hadn't have some interesting outcome out of it, like that is, oh, I shouldn't have done it, I wasted my time. No, it was always positive. Sometimes, of course, it was incredibly positive, but sometimes, yeah, and there are sometimes, oh, that's not, but never it occurred to me, oh, I shouldn't have done that today, or maybe, yeah. So that's my take currently, and certainly there are more things I can learn from this stuff. It's not that I do it every day. I could have been, sometimes I think I need more. Today, for example, I didn't take, let's see, if I take that notebook now, right now, hold on. The last notes that I've made were, actually, I've just realized that my notebook is much smaller than I was showing. That's strange, right? It's like nearly half the size of what I showed in the pictures there. So this means that, okay, so it's like a pocket book, notebook that I was using, that I am using. Friday, 8 September. Yeah, so last note I took was, yes, nearly more than 1 week ago. Strange. I remember that it was, yeah, so this means since I've started this Mal tutorial rigging, I think I haven't took any notes after I've started this. So yeah, these have been very dynamic days lately since I've started this. It's like a non-stop doing this crazy research here. But eventually I'll come back to journaling. A next day, a next input in journaling on that notebook. And the notebook is nearly at the end, so I'll need to buy a new one. Okay, so this shape is looking pretty good now. The best one I achieved in so long, so I was not even trying too much to follow this model sheet, but we can try some tweaks here. Yes, let's try some tweaks here to get it right. Yeah, this top lip here is suffering badly. We need to know how to get it. Yeah, the front view was good, but the side view wasn't as good as I thought, so let's make some polishing here. The bottom lip looks quite good. You see where these things start to break. So actually aligning those things helped a lot, so we probably could benefit from pushing this forward. Perhaps relaxing this mesh a little. Yes, I see where I need to push this So first we do that, then we smooth, then we pick that, smooth here. Here we can do the same. Okay, my blender is no, yeah, it just froze for a few seconds. Let's go again to see the side view. This part you can smooth out better. It's the inside part, inner part, behind the lip, so it's not like this. We can use to, yeah, something like here. We should be doing that and pushing that back. This also, let's get it this part maybe push back and now this part is important. We see that, yeah, so there's some how it is developing. Yes, this is the hardest part. Apparently that part is sort of spreading apart while it should in the opposite. Let's say something, folks, something interesting, just a lips mesh topology. Wow. Something I should have, I just forget. So you see that corners of the mouth, okay, straight. Oh, so they like that idea here of collapsing. All right, I don't have this, folks. And then this goes, this is very interesting. Let's save this thing, and I'll be using this right now. So download the thing. What else? What other idea we can get from here? This looks more like what I'm doing, more low poly, more exaggerated shapes. Yeah, I'm not sure about this one. It's not very didactic example, this one. This is much better. Yeah, there's other images here. Yeah, it's still not very clear, right? Oh, there's some collapsing there too. So decide to make trigones there. This is dangerous. What about this one? Okay, this is more likely what I have, and I'm suffering a lot with that. So no, thank you. This is interesting, but you don't see. What kind of reference are those that they don't really tell the mesh topology of the lips, which goes all around it? So this could be interesting. I saw some more. Okay, I need to research more. So this is useless. Well, it gives some idea of the orientation. You see how all the faces are pointing vertically, except at the corners they start to be tilting, so until they get nearly horizontal. So this is interesting, but it's not enough. We want same idea here, except that they are even there they are quite vertical. So this is nice. Let's see here. Here they are more like I was doing, yeah, but we still don't have, we need open mouth to see, so those references are horrible. They are just not like very limited image. We need to check an alien. I like that. Uh, let's continue checking those references. No, two, right? How would I get use of this thing, right? Okay, this is not for. I'm looking for lips reference. So why they don't give me lips reference? Okay, let's see that. This is for UV, but at some point, okay, let's see here. Lips inner ridge. Okay. Lips outer ridge max. Okay, lips outer ridge minimum. What is that? This sounds more advanced. Min max inner ridge. Region of the mouth nostril crease. Inner crease. This sounds to try to find out some ideas of minimum. Oh, yeah, it's a crease. Okay, so we can use creases here, folks. I haven't realized, so maybe the idea we could perhaps use. Here we have a seam, but we not have crease. I don't think I should be using crease here. It would, yeah, here perhaps. Yes. I'm not sure, but let's try that. So I have here. Let's add a 0.3 crease, right? Maybe that helps. Yeah. Then they talk about interesting idea. Then they talk about, yeah, the lips outer crease max, which would have a maximum crease. Hold on, this we cannot chat right now. Accidentally opened Discord. Oh, some other crease here. This is very interesting. I'm gonna save that too. Proper topology full head. This is a good this is good wave. This is good documentation, folks. But not so much about the mesh topology, right? It's just we see the same patterns here of verticalized face loops until it starts reaching the corner. It starts to get slight tilted angles and then verticalized stuff. We see there's some collapsing here. This is interesting, folks. So collapsing, haha. So you see, we can collapse mesh topology before they reach the lips. Exactly here, right before the. We weren't doing that, so actually I'm gonna even save this thing. Let's get it at, yeah, generic here. Let's see if there's anything else. Okay, that's and some expressions. What page is this? Dev CC face topology real illusion. Okay, some generic wiki stuff. Okay, good stuff. Okay, and this is very good stuff. So we need to. Okay, this is another way of collapsing the mesh topology before it's but I believe this is better for rigging, because then we can push these vertices like here's some ideas. Okay, this is more like what I was doing, but this is kind of complicated. You see this, yeah. We see that the subdivisions, yeah, it's a bit chaotic. Looks good, but no, appealing, but maybe not like exactly what we need. This is good, interesting. See, good stuff here. Although simplified, yeah, you see another way to solve this instead of that diamond, we'll consider that exactly right before of the ellipse. There's a 5-star thing. Do we have this kind of stuff? No, we don't. Of course we don't. We are not familiar with mount rigging, so that thing's crossed there. So you have something like that. Except that we don't know exactly where it would be. So let's do this. It's okay. So you have a immediately before. We could spare one of them. We could do this for this one. There's not a rule for that, except they connect eventually. So yeah. So for example, this. It will connect. I have these patterns at least, so we could do this here and actually here and here perhaps. This is just collapsing mesh topology, so we'll assess this from the geometry. So how do they do that? Their vertical horizontal thing collapse it. Okay, so this is the problem here, folks. This is going, we can do something in this sense. Now the music which is playing for me is Mass Effect main title, some like victory music. More like pleasing times. Oh, sorry, the young. Let's see. I have to run, but I wonder if you can change the crease value with a driver, and if that would even help somehow. I tried to add driver to the setting, but it doesn't seem to be accessible. You right click here, no driver thing. There's like no way to give driver to this. It seems to be it's too inbuilt. Maybe there's a crease maker, like if you get this from some sort of add-on or some thing that manipulate the crease, maybe then yes. So but like a crease modifier, do you have a crease modifier? Blender crease modifier driver. So edge crease and how to, no, this is crease angle. How to use it? We can change the subdivision modifier settings. We can dynamically, we can drive this, but this is binary, so it's ugly. But we can drive this, so we can, but we can, this will affect the whole mesh, so we can augment or reduce the quality, maybe. Use crease, we can drive that, yeah, but it's binary. Boundaries, maybe we can do something about this, I don't know. This I don't know how to use. But we can drive some, yeah, we can drive those options, so perhaps, but since this is global stuff, so it's not yet simple. Yeah, we can drive this radio button too. So yeah, so there's not like, oh, here we go, this goes inside here. If our friend, Russian friend Alotsky saw that, he would find it very interesting, because he taught me about the idea that I'm using right now of the mesh geometry for the mouth region, but for the it also helped for the lips. But now we have this possibility of like making a mix between the mesh density, right, by exactly working in here. So gonna cross this, like this is something more horizontalized, right? So we can yeah, I'm tempted to do in this one because of the position. So here we got a 5-star pole, and from this we can probably dissolve this, I guess, and this will lead to a good mesh topology for the mouth region, right? I need to investigate a little more how, yeah, here, but yeah, so we try to reposition these. We have currently a trigon, but this is happening because perhaps we need to, yeah, we need to do something about this trigon. I'm not sure now what is it. This is like opening up the, okay, so this goes up actually. Need to improve this, yeah. So this is our verticalized face loops, right? We need to respect that. And this we need to see, yeah, something wrong about, oh, I see what's happening. That's it. This is like it's just that we need to do something different about how this thing develops here. Still not found yeah, probably it's here or here that we need so perhaps the subdivisions for the mouth shapes, they maybe, I don't know if they need to be crossing that or that, maybe probably both, but there's this is very interesting because now we can control how this organ reorganize for the lips. So it's not so much about the lips, I believe, at least for now. And if it's about the lips, then okay, we decollapse, we do something. We have points of control of the mesh geometry. Anyways, Young, welcome back in that time, and if you have to go, have already go, anyways, see you next time. Thanks for coming around. So hope we'll meet again soon. Okay, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, there are 6, of course. This is okay. That is, and now I have a trigon here. So actually, just get this right. That's it. No, this is wrong. Yeah, this should be going down, I believe. Okay, very confusing now, but hopefully you can still watch that. Okay, so horizontal. Okay, so this is what's happening. I needed to do this like this. I need to, so while these were going to create verticalized things, okay, so I need to dissolve this. We'll start to create loops as we organize these things. So these should build now. Okay, dissolve vertex, hold on. Dissolve vertex. No, it doesn't. Alright, so for some reason it wants to. Okay, probably because of this thing here. Oh, it's the color of the. It was not the background. Okay, so how we get this thing still strange? So this means that probably this needs to build up into here. So like that. So now this is again dissolve edge. That's it. We need something like, but now we have something, but then this gets like that. So there's, at some point I'll have this structure here. Something is going wrong, I think. This edge loop goes up, this edge loop goes up, this one goes around, and this one, there's this particular orientation of this. They open up diagonally by looking down. Oh yes, interesting. This should have been drawn. I think I can do that if I open a paint here and get, so downloaded files, the list downloaded recently. It's this no, not this. So what we have here is that this opens up like a cone. Yeah, so this is very important. To world Z, axis. It's not just a just I was doing something like opening up to some crazy direction. Maybe this should be put more to there, or you can solve this differently. So it's not just yeah, this is chaotic. The pole star is completely bizarre. It's all wrong. Yeah, that's what is making this very, very bad. So. Disorganized and it's makes it, yeah, that's it. Okay, I think we have seen enough of that. Let's see more of that. Oh, there's a cool mesh topology for this type of character. Yeah, there's a muzzle thing. No, just a very regular stuff. Lips topology. Geometry. Alright, so let's continue, folks. About to get yeah, we need to get this right, so leave it there for see how this mesh topology is going, not going very well to help the mouth shape. They are going, yeah. So we can say that okay, so let's try it once again. So we pick this, we are going to we can perhaps dissolve that, and then we can the mesh that needs to deform the mouth is not so much here, it's around here. This means that some questions, this is probably not the lips. Should we invert this thing then? Interesting. Here's the intent to make the more mesh to the lips. If we go here on our reference, there are well, this is not exactly a creator of mesh topology, it's more like a reorienting of, yeah, so this is not exactly the case, but we have the other ones, like now this for the crease, this one, so for the side this is gonna be useful. We gotta pick this in the middle, and we're going to get, yeah, it's not that I need to create more mesh topology there though. Yeah, it's confusing. But the idea is clear, there's the well, we could try from this part though. Yeah, we could try here. goes. Okay, so it's clear that we need to get this flow there. Okay, nothing happened. I wasn't successful. It's very tricky at this point. Okay, so what happened? Apparently I just ended up in the same situation. Yes, I don't have someone somewhere like to land in this circle, yeah, because except here, but here's already, yeah, it's like the mouth would be ending here. Let's make like some, I see, this should connect actually, yeah, join these together. Yeah, except that you cannot join this face together. I have a face loop here, I cannot, if I do that, yeah, so not interesting, but not worth for the what thing I got here, so never mind. Let's see the other, and that's it, folks. The only thing interesting was that one, or maybe I missed, I don't know, something else that and that one too we are suffering from how to apply this technique of the pole star here. It's clear that we don't have this thing. We prefer to have circular loops, and then we ignore that we could probably improve something about the lips or the mouth. The pole star, though, as we've seen, is just a mesh reorienter. So it's not like what we required. This is why it was just beautiful, but these are different situations apparently. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think this time it will be more a question of, yeah, because the ellipses are good. Already they're just a bit disorganized here at the top, which is the corners are this part. Perhaps I need to bring this inside it. collapse geometry in the corners, because looks like the more mesh I have here, the worse. But if I make triangles out of there, it will be probably even worse. It's a joint. What the method that I've been using for joints and rigging? Yes, there is a technique of collapsing joints with even triangles. So let's evaluate if there is something creative we can do about this. So the joints that collapse, they mean that you have something more mesh topology coming from the exterior and then collapsing, like, yes, I see. We can make the test, so it can be made from the outside or from the inside. So we can literally collapse triangles in there. Let's see. Face loops that we can use for that, perhaps. We want perhaps to collapse this one, yeah. Except that this wasn't expected to happen. Yes, because not just about doing this, we also need to fix something about this. Perhaps could do this again here. Not sure. It's still happening. Let's try doing it differently. One here and another . To collapse this part. Yes, there is a way. Okay, let's accept this trick here and hope this will be beneficial. Although here, for this, when we smooth this looks interesting, kinda pushing this to be rounded, so, but then there is not certain that that's what we want. Yeah, so there's a problem of this mesh. Always when we smooth it, it goes the wrong direction. It gets crazy. Yeah. Even if we push this again to that direction, this probably means that we require to tweak the mesh topology here for this to stop smoothing in this way. It's just too hard to think of from scratch of a solution for that. We might have to tweak randomly until we find, or just have some insight and then see if this produces results. So if we smooth here, it starts going to the front, and this was happening already before we got this stuff, so it's not something about this stuff like this. Okay, but we'll think about that later. We need to get to the splines. Yeah, maybe we can smooth this way, and no, still happening, so this will always, in this process, destroy our shapes in rigging. Something about this and this. They need to go out. They start advancing again. whatever I do. Here we got a relatively good position for them, but we know this won't endure much. As soon as you start, there we go. It starts smoothing towards that direction until they start interpenetrating. Alright folks, this was very important because the shape of these lips are let's say acceptable to pass through the next level, which is that of the adaptation of the profiles. We will have to investigate that, so that's a mission for the future. At least we got this, and the character design is acceptable. We'll have to just solve some thing here. This part is most easy usually. This should be fine. Let's adjust this. No, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, okay. We can already hide this character design. And start working with the splines, the armature. So first thing first, these are not exactly what we want to start by the 2D, and we'll need to split this to have a good vision, although need to hide this once. Okay, so here we can certainly change. Here we can okay, this curve should go behind according to our method that we were trying to apply. This means that this should go behind the lip. I get this one. Okay, go down. This can align with that. Finally, we achieved some developments here. Let's reset. Okay, so apparently something wrong about this spline here. Probably wrong targets, I guess. Let's see. What does that mean here? Yeah, probably something wrong about this. So 0 lip down, lip. No, that's correct. So why? I think it's some wrong. Yeah, maybe some bone constraint. Yeah, there's the shrink wrapping. Let's turn this off for a moment. Yeah, that was it. The shrink wrapping, wrong shrink wrapping. So now I think we're gonna advance. We have finally on this. Faster, I mean. Now we're gonna be a bit faster. Those splines are not yet. Yes, they are already deformed bones, but their waves are useless according to. Okay, here apparently still something. Yeah, something. Oh, they're targeting. Oh, this is just basic mistake. Let's save, fixing these resets. Now we must be attention about where we place these splines here. We want to get already to the. Okay, there's the tweaks. Okay, so we'll use these tweaks because they represent we are actually matching all this stuff, not quite so, but we decide to start with this, so we already set those things to the back. We could have snapped to the could have snapped those bones, would be perhaps easier, but too much things to take care right now, so we don't bother. This part of the mesh though, maybe we can hide it for now. Will be even easier to work. No, alright, not simple. That would be the case for mask modifier, just to solve that. But okay, we don't need. I need the positions here, the tweaks. I want to match these positions now with the So okay, we can solve the tweaks. It will perhaps help, because then we don't need to see this anymore. Okay, so let's solve the tweaks. So just the tips and the tweaks. We see which are their stuff. Relative. This is more like this. It's already parented. Alright, so why? Oh no, I was moving it wrongly, okay. Alright. I was trying to move it on poles, on rest poles, okay. This. The rest is okay, it's regular. You can change all this tweak now to the same dimensions. Get this selection, we go on the transform, we check this length to 0.05, why not? 0.05. That. Then do we need anything else? Maybe here debone size. Yeah, okay. Select all again. Then debone size maybe 0.003, and here also match here. That's okay. So some regularity. Do they have bone constraints? They all have this shrink wrap stuff that is not used, here. Yeah, we don't have symmetrization yet, so maybe we could do this already, just to be certain that everything is correct. Symmetrize, right? the deforms that are happening here in great deal, they are wrong because the waves that these splines contain. So actually, yeah, the 2D ones. So this is old waves that we probably need to yeah, certainly we need to retake. And then there is this, we probably won't mess with that, but I'm considering, okay, bond constraints, no, but the parenting though, yeah, so I think the parenting them is the same, so maybe this bone should have this parent of them, while this moves this, should also move this. Okay, so here's an improvement, basic stuff, but something is lacking apparently. This bone should also move with, okay, it should move with that, so why? Okay, it's something about, let's see the waves of this one. Okay, so it's not something about this, but this is already wrong anyways. Oh, there's something. Yeah, they shouldn't take away from the. So if they are not taking. Okay, there's something interesting here we can already attempt. We can get this selection here to take off waves from all this, because we already have there's no, okay, there is, so why those aren't symmetrized? Oh, because it's just a mirror modifier. Alright, is we do not see. Alright, so let's, no, it's not delete waves, it's just that we need this and shift K at 0, then go here, okay, so now this means that all of these bones, perhaps except, yeah, they don't have, they do not influence the lips anymore. They just, because the lips will be transformed by other things, so they should be able to shape the lips crazily, but not through themselves, through bones which will be parented to them. So this means that if we don't need these ones anymore, because actually let's just to not let orphan, we will first delete this and this, and then we can delete these bombs. We'll not need to add them later for that region because we have already, oh yeah, we already have something there, so the only thing we needs to take care about, so if we, when wave paint this, then this, we should protect this area, because the ellipse is already protected, but we must make sure it's the proper protection. Not any vertex should be, they should get in the middle. Alright, great progress, but not yet there. Now for the these ones, and to solve this we need reference of the tweaks, and we don't need to look at the opposite side. The tweaks are already setting positions for what we need, so it will facilitate. Okay, the profiles in the middle are correct, differently from these ones, which are in the ZX plane. These can be totally centralized, so this is so what we need here is the following, folks. This will be probably a bit easier because we already have set good positionings, so we just need to make sure that we can match this properly. We can, now it's more about snapping. Of course there's something about the, yeah, so first we're gonna try to, yeah, there's the orientation, so we must take care of this. Gonna mess up this time. Yeah, we can't work with these plans properly if we don't. Yeah, we see with lesser splines we need to be careful in making the shapes. To care for, so for example this already will align properly, and we must guarantee that we are able to shape this lip on that area. This is a bit harder work now for just this amount of yeah, they are snapping wrongly to whatever. So what we need to do here is just try to round this up like that. Yeah. Good. This seems fine. So try to get it oriented with the mesh geometry. This here we just have one, so it's just like the alignments are not set yet. We'll do it as a last thing. Here it's without here gonna be a bit risky because I don't know what this will generate as result. Maybe it's good, maybe it's bad. I think it will work. Talking about align with the should be more here, right? Actually, it's a bit dangerous, not at the side, but yeah, strange. We'll try it out. Okay, let's try that. There's Is it the last one? You can align them to the center just after. Medium point, pivot point is very important for, it's actually essential to get this thing to work better. So first we got the snapping stuff, we try to approximate everything. Yeah, this is already more or less good spot. Principle we've been using this, and then we get sort of this rotation here. This should work. The segments, they're already enough. Here what we need to do is just now the alignment. So just try to get the reset roll and find the reset roll. Can also reset roll here. Let's get to find where Z is down, right? That roll. Then this we can already align to this. No, it's not. Okay, it cannot. Just reset roll and try to find positive. Something like this should match 180. No, maybe it did something. Let's see if I align. Well, it's already 0, strangely. Alright, then just here if I align this to this already we see that oh no, this is already 0, that's fine. There we go. But then these bones here, they are concerned about this value here, seems, but okay. X, what is your reset? No, it's the inverse, so let's keep it that way. I'll just pick the splines only and world space. Then we need period 6 to 3D cursor x0. There we go. These will be offset, but that's fine. This is just a Oh, if it's exactly in the center, this means this roll... Yeah, okay. Can be 0. And okay, that's fine. And we see there we can... I haven't thought about this, right? Interesting. They get perfect alignments. Alright, maybe we solve this for these two then. Alright, now that we got this, we save. Finally, we are starting to get this thing working. We need to reset this, so we just look for the, not this, but this. Now we just get to reset them manually. This will be the perfect profile curves for these lips. Unfortunately, this doesn't... Actually, yes, it does symmetrize. We just have to do this. This in the middle doesn't matter because they... Alright, there we go. Now, what does this do? Let's hold on for a great thing. Although, yes, we'll not be able to see the final, how. Still not ready to go for the next step, but we can start to see probably some connection. Alright, so what you're seeing now is that those profile curves... Oh, there's waves there behind the lips which require... Yeah, I don't know about that. Is that clipped for... Yeah, it got clipped apparently, so we're gonna just fix that real quick. Nasty thing, but we know how to solve it. First, mirror modifier. Yeah, not showing the armature. So here we get the clipping off. Let's rip vertex, then get this thing, merge at last, and re-clip, and that's it. We can probably, yeah, let's smooth some of this, and there we go. Good. So maybe this was one problem that was... Okay, the lips seems very good now. At least in terms of smoothness, not the shape exactly. Now we get to work with the armature once again. There it is. Hidden it. Let's see. So some of these bones, yeah, so lack of waves there in the left, certainly. We have crazy deforms going on actually. Yeah, there's a block. Oh, there's the shrink wrapping. Okay, so we cannot continue with this without taking off this corrective. There's shrink wrapping soon. Shrink wrap muzzle, shrink wrap. Does this affect this? No. Maybe it's just lack of wave painting then. We haven't wave paint the last one, then shrink wrap eyelids board that will corrective smooth. No, so no, it's just some regular stuff. Alright, let's assess this. Apparently it's just the last one, so let's make this selection here. Actually, you can make just that one, last one. I think there's now this is the last bastion of vertices before we get nothing. So here there's these waves, and we can see that probably we should, yes, there should be carrying waves behind, right? Because otherwise how would we sense that we can deform until the last one, right? Here I think it's okay to, yeah, that's what has happened. There's no waves in this area. This is the middle, that's just fine. Oh, I know why this happened. Of course, we deleted we wrong waved these things. No, we can't do that. Oh, we can. It's just an area. Okay. Great. So, pick the wrong bone. Now that's okay. It's a bit irregular, right, folks? Yeah, that's might retake those things, but it's not the time. We just want to fix that area right behind that. So here we've deleted the last of these bendy bones that were the continuation. So now there are 2 splines, but there were 4, so now they just don't have, there were no waves practically for after, no shared waves. So now if we do this now, yeah, we just need this. If we use the tweakers, look at that, we have good control of the block of the lips. Here why this doesn't, I think some sort of lack of parenting probably. No? It's like there's deleted waves and alright, maybe wave painting lacking, I think here. Yeah. No, it was perhaps no, there are waves there, so why? Oh, I see, it's the parenting, so something went from about the parenting here. So basically when you pose here, this doesn't bring a tip. Yeah. Oh, I see. It's because here is a complication. There's a tweak for... There's just one handle. For... Yeah, so this needs to go directly to a master that is there. Or not, I don't know how to call it. Then this means that we get here in the center we got this one. That one will get this, and so that this will get immediately to that, and so it's okay. Those things won't really carry the okay, so why this is carrying... Oh, the parenting again. This parent to here, not to the tweak. There we go. I think there might be same problem here. Yeah, just parenting. So wrong parenting. This need to readjust. Then, alright, this for drawing the mouth, and this is for pushing, except this position horrible. So we pick this. This has nothing special, just two parenting, I think. Yeah, the tweaks, and they don't need to be also very... They don't need to have this size, right? Okay, so the deforms, they are something else. Outside don't really matter, but we are going to get rid of them real soon, because yeah, the important thing that we should notice that this has potential is that the block of the lips, they are moving, and we can have their shapes adapt on any position they go. The problem, however, is that, yeah, you see, there's some crazy potential for this curve to be shaped, but the problem is still are not able to shape the alright, so we can shape the mouth profile, the mouth with the tweaks like that. Here this is annoying because here in the okay, so maybe this is actually not for these ones, right? We wanted okay, so yeah, so this is not exactly this for this kind of parenting. We need another one to do that. Alright, so this is just to move them like that. Eventually we will see that we do not have the shapes of the lips that we want, and this is complicated, and this is the part where again the side of the lips we weren't able to really solve yet. The lips corners, but it's getting little, I don't say better, but there's great chance. Yeah, so these splines here, they should do something to help, but it's not quite. Yeah, this spline here is not really helping that much. Too much deformed, too much strange deformed. Yeah. So we're gonna reassess that anytime. So this strategy didn't work for the side lip, I mean. But for the other lips we are getting some interesting as expected, right? It's not as good as the original, but we are able to shape the lips, so this is relatively accurate. And then when we reach for the side lips, then it's a horror. We really need to find a mesh topology that works for us there. And then there is the mouth region problem, which is another problematic. First, the waves here are horrible, so I think it's time to get rid of them. And I mean these ones. But first let's reset the poses. Let's get the tweak, the depth, only these ones. We should probably just select the bones and start deleting whatever. Alright, so now no waves here. So this means that this mesh will, at least we won't be seeing the hard artifacts, but also the mouth won't be able to move properly. This seems to have slightly ameliorated the sides. Is that correct? Yes, so that's good stuff. But we'll still be seeing horrors there, of course. too difficult to to make the cartoon expressions that I want through this kind of lips, but it's at least there are some. We'll see. I need to learn more about this stuff. The shapes, of course, we are not quite there yet. So let's assume I can draw some shapes, but in here, but it's not. Yeah, so my whole idea maybe was not that simple. No, not that simple. We can certainly, if we had the good shapes for the both assets already for the if you had the both assets already for this for the lips, maybe you could reshape them in better ways, as like more cartoony, more simple ways, stylized in different positions, so we wouldn't be having all that sort of okay, so we are still not able to solve the mouth shapes, the lips, but there are some things I want to test here, some combinations. Okay, so something there moves the okay, this I don't remember what. Oh, this is for the mouth, right? So yeah, so here's some more things, and then okay, so we've lost some of the controllers of the mouth, so I think this was related to these ones. Yeah, this was the funny part, we could move the lips, but now we need to reconstruct that. Yeah, okay, I'm not gonna do this. We did a lot of work here with the repositionings, but unfortunately our idea, this whole concept of shaping the mouth contour with spline skinning with the lips that we have is still not showing good results. Of course, next thing we would like to wave paint the mouth with these bones exactly, because apparently they were also quite responsible for the destruction of the sides, which are already bad, but they would be horrible otherwise. So perhaps this combination of wave paint, these things, a good wave paint around, not in the lips but around the mouth, that would work. Could be a game changer. We're gonna check that. And then some more controllers. So I think that's it, folks. Thanks for watching. We are now, I think this is not so fascinating. I perhaps need to keep investigating. I thought this was going to be easier at this point, but apparently I was wrong. I'm suspecting now that maybe spline skinning is not so good for cartoony mouth shapes that require, for shaping those mouths. Maybe pure linear blade skinning might be much simpler to make those poses, despite everything that seems, it would be sad if that's the case, but I won't give up yet. I think I'm missing something. Maybe I shouldn't have shaped those things behind, but maybe exactly in the middle. So there's many considerations to, and also the wave paint is not very good, and we could perhaps, we need to combine more possibilities here until we know for sure, or to a certain more educated level. So that's it, folks. Thanks for watching again, and see you next time. Tomorrow we'll be back, most likely. Take care, happy blending, and good night, good rest or work.